Right, here we are. Just check that everything's working. Sure with that? Alright, we're good. Right, hello everyone. Welcome to Gold Valley Lakes. I've come out today on the Wednesday Open. We're on the Canal Bank of Gold and I'm fishing peg 13. There's about 10 of us on the bank today, so there's plenty of room. And there's a bit of space to my left. I'm going to fish slightly to the left today to maximise that. I've got someone 2 to my right, but I've got them someone 3 to my left. So I'm going to go slightly to my left today and try and not let him have many fish. But let's quickly do the rigs. We've got 6 minutes and then we're off. Right, I'm fishing a rod only, pellet only, with the exception of some corn and some wafters maybe. So here's the primary damage dealer today, hopefully. This is my trusty bomb rod, 2/3 of an ounce bomb on there from Guru, just down to a Guru speed bead, 8-pound Daiwa ST, 019 hook length to a size 12 QM1 with a little bait band there. I'm going to fish a pellet on there. If there's fish up in the water, then I'll switch to my Pellet Waggler. I've set up a 9-gram Daiwa Pellet Waggler there. Same again, 8-pound ST mainline, 019 hook length, 3-foot hook length, just all the way to the float. Nothing down there. Size 12 Pellet Waggler hook from Guru and a bait band. And then if the bites are a bit finicky on the bomb line, or I need to try something different, I've got a methods feeder set up. It's a 24-gram Guru hybrid feeder, just with a bait band, no bait spike on there. I'm going to fish a wafter. I might change it later to fish some corn. I might fish a little edge line down to my left or down to my right. I'm just going to prop the method down there today. I've not brought the pole. I fished a lot of pole the last few weeks and it's time to catch some fish on a rod and line. That's the plan. So morning if you just joined, morning Gavin. Hopefully we're going to catch some fish here today. There's a bunch of fish moving, as I would expect. As soon as the hooter goes, they're all going to disappear. and we'll see what happens. I think I might feed some 6 meals. I'll just go over the tray, all important bait tray, always. I've got some drinks, suntan cream, weird today. It's going to rain, but it's also really sunny in spells, so I don't know what's going on. But what are we doing bait wise? I've got a load of 8mm pellets. I've got some here. I've got more in a bag. I've got more in another bag. These are my hook baits I'm going to be using. These are an old, these are Ringers oily 8mm pellets. So these are about 8 years old, these pellets. Still doing fine. I've got some 2 mils for the method. I've got some 6 mils. I'm going to just chuck some down the edge and I might ping some on a catapult on about a 10-meter line. Fish the bomb primarily, Waggler in the same spot, method on the same spot. If I need to chuck the method anywhere near the rope, the match is gone from me, so I should probably pack up anyway. So that's the plan. Like I say, we've got a couple of minutes and then we're all off. I got 4 nets. People are telling me, is that enough? I don't know. I haven't got 4 nets adapters for my bars, so I don't know what's going on. Someone's telling my landing net's too small. I think the pole's quite dirty, that needs a clean. So anyway, we'll see what happens. Maybe I'm going to land a fish in a keep net later. Don't really know what's going to go on. I'm going to start on the bomb and I'm going to feed it pretty regularly. I've got my clickers, I've got my stopwatch. We'll see. Morning Austin, and hopefully we're going to catch some fish today and that rod's going to get pulled around. That is the plan. Right. Whew. Yeah, I think by the end of the match it's going to be pouring down with rain, so wish me luck. I got my waterproofs on. So yeah, nice little trip out on a Wednesday. And looking forward to catching some fish today. It'll make a change from catching bleak on the rivers, which has been my mainstay for the last couple of weeks really. And then I'm back, not next week, week after, for 3 days Thames Festival, and I think we could be catching some bleak there, so I thought I'd get out, see this rod get yanked round and see what it's like to catch 12 pounds in one fish. I've just noticed that that elastic's perished, look, so long since I've been out. That's no good. God, glad I spotted that then. 9 or 10 today, Gavin, I think. There we go, all in. Right. There's some pellets out there. Right, I'll sort this out in a minute. Rod rested in the wrong place. Plastic's bust on the catapult. Oh, that's not good. Parachute on that one too. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. I got some other catapults in the back. Morning, John. Just started 1 minute ago. Right, I'm just going to keep an eye out. I reckon all of those fish are going to just disappear because bait's gone in. I'm just going to get the little small catapult out that I use for fishing 13 metres. So if I use that, and those pellets should be a little bit further than that. That'll give me a second bomb line to use for the day. Right, I think we're good. 5-minute recasts. Just let me know that the audio's alright and the picture's alright. Should be good. Connection's good in this area. I've just put some pellets there. If I see some fish movements or blows, I can just drop on there with a bomb. And I'm going to give that no longer than that. That's 5 minutes. So I'm going to do 2 pouches at 5 minutes, 1 pouch at 2.5 minutes, or a smaller pouch, something like that. So 1 pouch, 2 pouches, and then get that straight over the top. Now I'm looking for liners, signs of fish up in the water that will make me get the waggler out. Big splashes next door. He's either folded in or he's got a bit of a lump. Need to move that stopwatch so I can see it a little bit clearer, so it's in my eye line, as it were. Right, give me 10 minutes, I'll settle down into what I'm doing. Morning if you're just joining, welcome to the channel. Hopefully we're going to catch some nice big F1s and carp today. Yeah, and someone laughed because I had 4 nets, and I'm like, hold on a minute, £40 a net, £160, I think that's enough to win. But the conversation we then had was it's about the size of the fish and people getting a bit confused. But I think if I'm smart, which fish I put in which net, then it'll be good. But let's worry about that when I start catching loads of fish, I think. You got to separate the silvers and the bream. So I said if I was catching £80 of fish and then I catch bream, I'm just going to put a bream back. Little indication on the tip then. Went to strike and it stopped. Coming up to 2 minutes. So I'm just going to do like 4 pellets at the halfway mark. So 4 pellets at sort of 2.5 minutes. And then when I recast at 5, I'll be putting 6 pellets in twice, something like that. So 12 and 4. See how we go. Just see a couple of fish actually up in the water. I've got a little selection of wagglers with me. What I want from that 9 gram waggler is I want to be able to cast past where I'm fishing and then be able to draw back in. There's just been some interesting, there's some fish moving on the top of the water where I've put that bait in, but there's also a bunch of bubbles have just come up too. So what do you do? Stay on the bomb, I reckon, for the minute. No, not yet, Gavin. Not yet. Little indication on the tip again then. What can you see? Not sure you can see too much. Now I could have started straight on the waggler, but I've chosen to start straight on the bomb. I thought the fish on the top were going to scatter immediately as soon as the match started, but there is still fish moving about. Okay. Waiting for that to get pulled out my arm. Pulled out my arm? Don't know what that means. Waiting for that rod to get pulled out my arm. Say all the words, Graham. So the lake's cut in half. There's a rope that goes down the middle. It's quite strange because literally this half of the lake that I'm fishing in, where I am, it's flat calm, and the other side there's a ripple all over on the top of the lake. And there's a ripple to my right, about 6-7 pegs up. I guess from there all the way down to peg 1 is going to be flat calm. Little indications on the tip. Still some bubbles coming up where I've put that bait on the bomb line, so I'm going to just stay on this for a minute. I've got some other options in terms of hook lengths. I say that, I should have in here, yeah, I've got some spikes, so I can fish just plain wafters. I've got some just plain, I don't know why they're just floating around, but they should be 0.19 hook lengths if they're in this box. Just for like single or double corn, which I don't really ever want to fish. Not here anyway, but I think I've done that for fishing 5 or 6 maggots. So we should be good. Two and a half minutes, 4 pellets. Watching for liners now, especially. So what we're going to do, maybe leave this out for another 2 minutes, and then I might get the waggler out and have a couple of chucks on the waggler. But then now I see more blows even further out. No one else around me. I can't see any wagglers getting cast out all the way down the lake. And he's not casting a waggler to my left either, because I'd see it. What you've always got to pay attention to is there's a strong contingent of regular anglers that fish this venue all the time, and if none of them are fishing a waggler, then there's a good reason for it. So we'll just see. But I can't ignore the fact that there's still fish moving around. "30 seconds left on the bomb line." Go around now if you're going to go around, please. Okay. The waggler's going out then. Pellet Waggler. Fine. No, I'm going to just change that bomb bit slightly. Should be 9 grams, should be enough for me to cast past where I'm putting that bait on the bomb. Maybe I've just got a little bit excited with it this morning. Maybe I'm slightly out of practice, as he makes all the excuses under the sun. This lump here, just cruising along, bold as brass. Do you want that? Leave it there for a second. So I want the waggler just on the back side of the bait that's gone in, so then when I draw it in I get another chance because it's over the bait area. There's a little false start stroke. I might put that in the edit of the day. The float went under and I'm like, did I wind that? Is that right? Is that me? Alright, well, we've been 7 minutes. Can't quite see what the chat's about because of the sun, but if I sort of read what I think, if it was 3 foot deep, I wouldn't be fishing a pellet waggler. Morning, Lee. Yeah, good, thanks. Yeah, good. Just having a cheeky little fish. Bream. Of course I catch a bream up in the water. My pellet waggler. Of course I do. Can't see anything that you're saying. The sun's like right behind me, so if I don't answer you, then sorry for that. I will catch up with chat later. Oh. So that's what those blows are then. Load of bream in the peg. Catching bream up in the water on the waggler. Not what I thought was going to be the case today. It's not deep enough. Not in my mind, it's not deep enough. I want to say this is 5-6 foot where I am. Maybe the lake's lost a foot of water. The carp just behind where my float is. So maybe it's only 4 foot, 5 foot, but So what I think we've got, I'll edit that out. What I think I've got is, there's a few cruising carp and there's some bream in my peg feeding, and what's happened is I've just caught one up in the water. It's just come to have a look because of the noise of the pellets, I think. I don't know what the second fish was that I bumped, but it's been, what, 14 minutes since I started fishing the waggler. Which isn't very long. Now, I've either wound into that or it's grabbed it, but that's not a bream. Okay, method feeder to my right. Noted. Oh, it's come off. Suspect there's a scale. Yeah, I didn't get a bite then. What happened was I just started to reel in for the twitch and then it pulled back, so I think I must have just fouled up the fish. Just a bit short. I need a 10 gram float and I don't have one in the bag. I don't think. I'll have another look in a second. That cast's alright. As I said, I want to be past the bait and get a fish straight on the splash. And then I want a fish when I wound another go when I wind in, but when I wind in I want that to be where my bomb's going. I don't want to be casting over the bomb line and then winding in and then drawing fish closer. That's not what I want to do. I think what I've done is early days I've got a little bit excited with the catapult. Missed a bite then. Now I don't want to fish the bomb line on a complete dinner plate. I'm a real fan of, when I'm fishing the bomb for carp, of, you know, spreading the bait out. You know, I want to be able to hook one fish and it not even disturb another one, you know. Don't know if any of that's making sense. I'm trying to work out what to do. How'd you fish a pellet waggler? Oh, I missed that bite. So if it's your first time here or you've not been here for a while, I've been on the rivers for the past few weeks, so a lot of trying to catch perch, roach and bleak on whips. So I don't think you could get further away from what I'm doing right now. Then I have just finished editing my film from the qualifier that I fished at Tunnel Barn Farm for the Maver Match This a couple of weeks ago. So that'll be going live on the channel tomorrow morning actually. So set your alarms for 9 o'clock in the morning UK time, and then that'll be there. So there's a few fish, just trying to talk you through what I think's going on at the moment. There's a few fish in the peg. I think maybe they are coming up from the bottom. There are a few carp cruising through, which would make sense. I foul hooked one of those. I think I'm getting a few bream just coming up off the bottom. It's a 3 foot hook length. Water's down a foot looking at the platform, so yeah, maybe 5 foot, 6 foot out in front of me is not. Maybe that's 4 foot, 5 foot. So with a 3 foot hook length, they're just sort of coming up mid water. Been fishing the Pellet Waggler now for just another fish. Oh, it came off. It came off. As I said, I do apologise. I can't see what anyone's typing. Got the sun right behind my right hand shoulder. So what I do know is, if I look from the island to my left, the island to my right, I don't see anyone putting any bait in. Now I've got one angler to my left and one angler to my right, I think, in that space. So I think our job today is keep feeding. And whilst it might be a slow start, I could have a really good middle match and late finish. I'm already thinking about stopping feeding those little pellets in front of me, because I think there's enough fish out on this longer line. I don't want to necessarily split them up. I'm not completely sold on that idea, but I've got all the optimism in the world. So just a little reminder to everyone, if you're enjoying the live stream, just give it a like, drop me a comment, say hi. Some interaction with the stream is appreciated. It tells that YouTube that there's, you know, stuff going on, this might be a program to watch, and it will help catapult the live in front of more people. So it's an easy way to support the stream. So just smack the like button and share it if you feel the desire. I'd appreciate it either way. keep busy. 23 minutes, one fish. So if it's 23 minutes, that means we're 40 minutes into the match. I've got one bream. I've had a couple of bites on the waggler. Just try not to go crazy. I think what we're going to do is we're going to give it another 7 minutes or something, and then I'm going to go back down again and have a look on the bomb for the last 10 minutes of the first hour. This seems slow, although I've pulled out 2 carp, 1 foul hooked, I think 1 not. Trying to keep my bait accurate to my bomb line. Lovely little plop that. Come on. Carp needs to have heard that. I'm shooting over. That float's going to go under right now. Or not. Come on, that's an even nicer little plot right in the middle of that bait. That's not getting me a bite. Which it's not. Although I am seeing some more bubbles coming up, so we could be having a bream field day underneath. Maybe I'm going to catch £100 of bream today. That'd be funny, wouldn't it? Right, here comes the rain. I say welcome to another episode of Fishing in the Rain. Seems to have been quite a lot on the channel recently. So 1 minute after that bomb's gone in, it's gone round. Hi Julian, I can't see what you're typing, but I can see your name in the chat. Okay, we're off. The carp about £5, I would say. Just trying to stay accurate, getting those pellets on the same spot. Okay, right, in for a bait. Just seeing what you're writing about the underwater camera, pellet waggler, want the bait to go through at the same speed. Yeah, I'm not saying no, but I'm not saying yes either. I've had all sorts of success with different feeding patterns. Feeding, then casting, casting, then feeding, then drawing it in. What makes a difference in my mind is fishing a pellet waggler when there's fish to be caught on a pellet waggler, and being consistent where you put your bait. You see, if there's already... Anyway, I'll explain it by the day. I think there's a lot of ifs and buts. That's probably my point. Like, there's not a hard and fast rule. Depends what the fish are doing. Is there a lot of fish in your peg? Are they coming from a distance? You know. Right, where are we? Yeah, I can't really read that chat. But I can see there's a bunch of people in the channel, so welcome. If you've not been here before, my name's Graham. This is my channel, The Fishing Stream. The purpose of the channel is primarily to, ironically, live stream and have a chat with everybody while I'm fishing matches, and I can't read the chat very well because of the sun. But nice to see you. Thanks for coming, and hopefully I'm going to catch a few fish today on this match at Gold Valley. There was a lot of bream blows in my peg. So rain has stopped for a second. I'm just going to go back to the right, so where are we? Just coming up 5 minutes before the end of the first hour. I've got £8 on the clicker. I've got 1 bream, 1 carp, and I've spent about the same time, 50-50 on the method on the bomb. Method on the bomb? On the bomb on the pellet waggler. And I've had 1 fish off each. I have lost a few more fish on the waggler. Just another indication on the bomb line. I'm not too sure where the fish want to be. Still some fish moving around I can see, but there are a few, quite a lot of blows in my peg, I would say. It's potentially just a bream party. So I'm going to stick to 5-minute casts, feeding them 2.5 minutes, and just see what we do for half an hour like that. So from now till past, let's see what we can catch on the bomb. So I'm going to do it really early today. If you're watching this video and enjoying it, you're not subscribed, please consider hitting that subscribe button for the channel. It's a free way to support the channel and helps give visibility of angling to more people, especially the lives. I find that people find it really interesting to watch someone fishing live, talking through what's going on, understanding the decisions that people are making, and actually watch everything from the rigs to netting the fish and packing away. So as I said, it's a free way to support the channel, helps you find your way back if you like the content, and that would be great if you could do that. If not, that's cool too. Oh, I'm just thinking ahead to later on. Where am I going to start putting some bait in? Or where am I going to put some bait in towards the end of the match if I'm not catching on this bomb line? I've got the options. I've got this tree in front of me, although I understand from a friend that's fishing, if you go down to the bottom there's a big log down there. I understand. I've got some reeds to my right, but the guy to my right is fishing to his left, so that feels a bit close. I might just fish it short. Why don't I fish it just short? Rod length out, not as far as I was tracking those pellets, just a handful there. Maybe I could do that. Fish a short line. It'll be on the bottom of the shelf, which would be on about a top kit +2, something like that. So I think maybe that's what I'll do. Top kit +2 in front of me, excuse me, will be my makeshift edge line, or short line I guess, for the match. Watching for indications as that bait goes in. Liners are a telltale sign that there's fish higher in the water. But that tip remains still. Oh, it's so dull today. I've got it maxed out on brightness. No pace today. Not doing it. Not doing it. I'm fishing pellets. I might chuck some corn and maybe put a wafter on a method feeder. That's it. This venue, you fish it like Julian, right? You can catch on corn, you can catch on pellets, you can catch on paste, you can catch on wafters, you know, you catch on dead maggot, you know, you could chuck hempen casters down here and catch. Right, the question is how much bait to put in, when to put it in. You catch on ground bait, do you know what I mean? The carp in here are, you know, down the edge. They're big, they're hungry. My experience is they don't care what they eat. They eat basically what's in your peg when they turn up. And I'm going for a simple pellet approach today by design. That's the plan. And my compromise is some sweet corn. But that's it. After coming off the rivers where I'm taking worm, caster, hemp, dead maggot, live maggot, pinkies, casters, 3 different types of ground bait, you know, you name it, it's on my side tray. The only thing I'm not taking is tears. Then I fancied something nice and simple for today. So I thought I'd come in and fish some pellets. Well, I did talk about fishing paste. I did say maybe I'd come and just fish the pole at 11 metres and fish paste all day. But I decided against it. So I guess, yeah, every time I cast out, just chuck some bait in front. In fact, I don't even know why I'm doing that. I want to do that in the last 2 hours. So used to feeding all the time. So there's still odd fish moving around, but nothing like there was before. Is that fish can have that? I've just had a bite. Just dropped it really quickly. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. It came back for that. Just a small little indication on the tip, and then where it clearly picked up the bait and spat it out. Oh, it's come off. Oh, what's that about? Expect from a bite on the bomb, but disappointing to have pulled out of that fish. Maybe I weakened the hook hold by changing the angle as quick as I did, I don't know. There's no way the hook's not set the way that it pulls that rod round like that, and the resistance it gets from the rod in for a bit. That's a liner. Getting busier. There, I will still check the hook should be fine. Hook's fine. No, it's just, it may have found, you know, it may have taken the bait, spat it out, and then moved it with a fin, swam off, spooked it. That could have happened. Just going to put one pouch full in because it's only 2 minutes gone. It could be a lot of things. I'm ultra confident in QM1 hooks. It does happen. You catch carp fishing a bomb, you do lose fish. It's not it's not unreasonable. Indications again, I think that the peg's getting busy with fish. This cast was slightly to the back, to the right of where the bait is. So that line is cutting through quite a lot of pellets that I've put on the in before. Indication then, feels like something's grabbed it, not a liner, but not committed to it. Grabbed it, shake its head, spat it out. Shook its head, spat it out. That's a bite. Wow. Okay. I'm not talking, just making noises, aren't I? I'm trying to evaluate how big I think the fish is. And have I hooked it properly or foul hooked it? It didn't tear off, but it was enough of an indication. It's a solid weight, it's heavy. It's just sort of swum towards me. Try and not change that angle if I don't have to. It might not, it's just there, it just feels like a lump. You're a big beautiful fish, aren't you? Look at you. Nicely hooked in the... Right, in there. What's that worth? 10? Ding, 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 ding. I'll edit that out. Okay, so I've now caught more than I've caught in the last 3 weeks combined, I think. I once said that Canal Bank of Gold was my favourite place in the whole world for fishing. It's fish like that. Might be an 8. It's getting 10. I don't want to overdo it. I don't want to underdo it, sorry. That is quite annoying that I've got a £3 bream in that net though. Anyway, goody goody good. Right, how we doing? Afternoon if you've just joined recently. Just hour and 15 minutes into the match at Gold Valley on the Canal Bank of Gold. I've got £18 on the clicker, and I'm feeling confident that I'm building up some fish on that bomb line, so I'm going to keep focused on it, keep up the rhythm. Essentially what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to put in 2 pouches of bait when I cast, 1 pouch of bait at 2.5 minutes, and then recast at 5. If I get a quick fish, I'll only put 1 bait in, but if I get more, then I'll step it up. I want them feeding on quite a wide area. I've always thought the secret to good bomb fishing here is to not keep the fish too tight, to spread them out so you can get a fish like that and go back in and catch another one, because it's not been spooked by the last one getting caught. So nice area, cast on the pellets you've just put in, and all should be good. If I start to get a fish every 3 or 4 minutes, I will step up the feed, because it just tells me there's more fish there. Yeah, sure, Neil. Just remember you're on camera. Come on, I'd really like a bite within the next 40 seconds, so it's not an empty cast. If it's going well on the bomb line, you should be catching a fish every 2.5 to 3 minutes. That was always my view, but it's built up over a long time ago. But 2.5 to 3 minutes, if they're really having it on the bomb, is the sort of ideal bite time. You know, a fish every 5 minutes. Yeah, maybe. Oh no, we're talking two different purposes. What I'm saying is, when the fish are on the bomb line and they're feeding well, you can catch a fish every 5 minutes. You're saying what you need to catch probably is one every 10 minutes. I think they're two different things. It's just giving me an indication on how often I'm going to feed and how much I'm going to feed. At the moment, I'm having casts where I don't get a bite. There's indications, but I don't get a bite, so I'm just going to stay at the same rate of feed. 2 catapults before the cast, 1 halfway. If the fish become more regular, 1 every 5 minutes and then 1 every 3 minutes hooked, then I'll up the amount of feed I'm putting in. I'll put more in the pouch to start with and then put more in the intermittent feed, or the feed at 2.5 minutes. I'm only feeding like 16 pellets a cast, something in the region of that, which is not a lot. Morning, Martin. How you doing? Nice to see you, and welcome to the other 41 people in the channel. It's awesome that you've all tuned in today. I hope you're enjoying a little bit of carp on the bomb action. It's not the fastest right now, but it's certainly promising. Just a couple of indications on the tip there. I'm going to let it run over the 5 minutes. Another indication then. Just the tip shuddered. But I'll let it go to 6 minutes and then recast it. Not fishing paste, Julian. Shush. You can fish paste. Although saying that, if you watch my my video from the Mava Match This qualifier that's going to come out tomorrow, then you will see me fishing paste. I keep taking my jacket off because I don't really like fishing in it, and these little rain showers sort of pass, and I know that in a minute it's just going to absolutely chuck it down. Oh, hello. You had that on your way in, didn't you? Well, see, that's a sign they're up in the water, but I went in with a right old thump. I don't really want this fish to go kiting round to that left, because it could actually go around that bush, and then I will be in big trouble. It's not big, I don't think, so it's in front of me now, piling on some pressure. See what it is. Big F1. Solid F1 that was, wasn't it? I clicked it as 3, but it could easily be 4. So taken ages since I got it to unhook it and stuff, so we'll go for double pouch again. So short side of the bait this time. No, not back to the Waggler. I did. Oh, you mean because it's taking it on the drop? No, I don't. I don't think so. I don't think so. If it's only 5 foot, by the time that hit, it went in with a bit of a thump, and I pulled it round. Was it on the drop, or was it on the bottom? Don't know. Don't know. I'm not seeing when I put the bait in, I'm not seeing any swirls for the bait. I'm not seeing any fish come herring through the peg, so I'm a little bit not sure. But I'll leave it for the moment. I'll stay on the bomb. Uh, 13 now. 13. Come on, I need the carp to step it up. Put in a bit of an effort, you know. Just trying to stretch my past, come off. What's that? Right, I'll let the hook off once, I'm not letting it off again. Can't allow that to be a topic of debate. That was annoying. That was a nice pull round. Watching for liners and any indications when that bait goes in again. Might have been a swell, I'm not sure. I'm just going to put some more in. Watch again. I saw a swell. Just looking for, you know, multiple indications of stuff, you know. Try and help me work out whether to fish the waggler or the bomb. Just give it a couple of casts with no bait. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. One more chuck. And that waggler's going in with a bit too hard of a plop. If I'm honest. It's all got in with a splash. I've certainly done a lot less of this type of fishing this year than previous years, but hopefully the fish won't punish me too much for it, fishing the bomb. Oops. Thanks, Simon. I had a better weight than the last few matches combined, so there is something to enjoy about putting some pellets in or just watching the rod get ripped off the rest, you know. A venue where you're scared to not look at the rod, or if you do not look at the rod, you're holding on to the rod because you know it's going to get dragged in if you don't. I'm on peg 13 on the Canal Bank of Gold on the Wednesday Open. We are just coming up for 2 hours, and I've got just over £20 on the clicker, which is probably £20 behind the pace. I think we're looking for 120 to win today, so I think £20 an hour is the goal. It's fish moving, but it's a solitary fish. I've bumped a couple of fish. I've had a couple of pull rounds on the bomb line. They've been good pulls. I've pulled out of them. I have one or two on the Waggler where I've pulled out of them. So we're not too sure. Just changed the hook on the bomb line. I'm not sure if it was the problem, but I've done anyway. Yeah, well, I don't want too big a one because I've only got a Guru 500 net with me. Otherwise, I'm going to be climbing over my gear and trying to net a fish in a keep net, which I will do if I have to. Be under no illusion. Oh, you will see it. I was having a discussion with Grant earlier that for some reason the larger land. Oh. See, I've got to stop that. I might have to chuck the method over the top, which might put an end to those pick up and drops. I'm going to be quite cautious of what happens in the next half an hour. If that sort of doesn't stop and I don't get better bites, I'm going to chuck the method over. But yeah, I was saying to Grant this morning that I took the bigger net out for some reason because I thought it was just ridiculously big. And now everyone keeps going on about catching 20-25 pound carp. I wasn't watching that. It must have been a liner because it wouldn't have stopped. So I wasn't watching. I could just feel the rod get. I had my hand on it, and I don't know what I was looking at, and I could just feel the rod get the. Oh, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. I'm not sure you can see it on the video, but I certainly felt that bite. I think I was reading chat, that was the problem. More people are talking, the more I'm thinking I'm undergunned for today, but I'm not worried about it. Oh yeah, Simon. It's an interesting lake. You know, there's a lot of big fish in Gold Lake, and some days you can catch down the edge from the off. You know, if they're in the mood. You know, that is possible. It's not how I want to fish today, and it's not what I think is the right thing to do today. But yeah, some days you can catch absolute monsters down the edge, and you should always, if you get some space. And today's the one day that I've not brought the pole. I've left it at home, and I want to fish a bomb, and I want to fish a waggler, and I want a rod and pellet day. So I'm going to chuck some bait short. I'll chuck a method over it, and maybe that'll get ripped in. But primarily, I would say it's a bomb and waggler venue with some kind of feeder as a backup. Although I do know that less and less people fish a waggler these days. And I've gone a little bit far with the pellets on the bomb line, and so my waggler is getting a little bit noisy as it enters the water. It's a 9 gram. Really, I want to fish a 7, but anyway, it's all by the by. Key is regular feeding, and then the carp should oblige. 21 pound going. No, bandit. bandit. It sounds a bit dismissive, Martin. I don't mean it like that, but I've fished the bomb here for, well, 20 years. The only sort of variable is how much the fish want to feed, and how many fish am I drawing into my peg. You know, the key is regular casting, regular feeding, and then generally everything else looks after itself. Banded pellets fine, you don't need to hair rig pellets. Pellets are fine, you don't need any other bait. That's a liner, which could be my only problems. I'm getting a few liners. That was a slow one, but maybe, you know, I've struck into a couple. But it's really muggy right now. I want it to absolutely pour down. I'll be quite happy sitting in the rain fishing the bomb. And if you get a lot of indications where they're picking it up and dropping it, then the solution to that is chucking the method feeder over the top. But it's not that bad that I feel the need to do it. If you do it, you can cause yourself a problem, by the way. That's why maybe that doesn't make sense. If you start chucking the method feeder over the bomb line, you can start leaving little piles of bait all over the place. I can bring more bream into the peg. You know, it's not what I want to do. It should be nice and clean, pellets down, fish the pellet on the band. Should get plenty of bites, should be all good. This has gone over 5 minutes, but I'm getting indications, the things I said, that if you get too many of these you should chuck the method over the top. Should just tear off. Come on, fish. I'll ban you from the channel, Gavin. There's another guy that streams. His name's Julian. If you want to watch pace fishing, go and watch Julian's channel. So anyway, while I'm waiting for this rod to just get ripped off this rest in the next 3 minutes, just a reminder, I'm fishing the Thames. Does that bite then? Like real quick. I'm just looking at the, I'm just turning to my left to look at my phone. I'm seeing my rod bounce. This is what I'm talking about, by the way, about a method feeder can be a good way to solve this problem. So if I haven't had a fish by 1/4 I'm going to chuck a method over it. So where was I? Just to say, I'm fishing the Thames Festival, which is not next week, but the week after, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. If I can stream, then I'm going to stream it. But the chance is quite low. But I'll video it all regardless, right? And it will all be available on the channel. You just need to give me a bit of time to fish it, go to work, edit the videos, and then get them up on the channel. But I'll record all 3 days of the Thames Festival, and hopefully there's going to be some fish to be caught. The river's fishing quite hard at the moment. You know, through those sections of the river that will be fishing, Abingdon, or Upper Cullen Reach it's called, is the proper name for it. It's not Abingdon. Upper Cullen Reach, Cullen Reach, and Upper Moors. If you're not on a noted Bream peg, then you know £5 a good weight currently. So if you're watching this and you're fishing the Thames Festival, there's a big hint for you. If you're not sure, but weights aren't massive currently. But we are forecast rain for the next 4 days, but we need rain further up the country, not right on the venue, to make a difference. And we've not had any rain yet since the start of the season to be of anything of interest, right? As everyone knows, right, there's been no flow on that part of the Thames really since June the 16th. Hook length is 12 inch. And I'm not a fan of shortening it, and I'll tell you why. Because I find that you can have more issues with the bomb hitting the fish as you're playing it. Well, I like fishing 12 inches. Everyone's going to tell me I shouldn't fish 12 inches now. Crayfish are a problem. Crayfish are definitely a problem. What's more of a problem is getting a license from the EA to net the crayfish, to trap them. That's the bigger problem. If you go to the EA's website to try and get a crayfish trapping license, you just end up in a website loop. Go to this link, click this link, click that link, click that link, and then you're back to the same place. Well, that's my experience anyway. I did hear that the EA were only issuing crayfish licenses if you've got permission from the club that's got the fishing rights, but I keep getting a bit lost. Otherwise I would quite happily go and start trapping them in the Thames. But yeah, I'm seeing a lot more crayfish this season, and big crayfish, you know. I think in the Riverfest video that I've got to still edit, and then the one from last week for when I was fishing Appleford, I caught 2 massive great crayfish. And yeah, it's an issue. The rules around it, Julian, are as follows. If you catch a crayfish and you've got it in your hand, it's illegal for you to put it into the water. If it's a red signal crayfish, which they all are, right? They're all invasive species. They've got red claws. The British crayfish, that's, you know, is a white claw. So they're all invasive, the ones you catch. So if you get it, if you accidentally catch it and you bring it out on the bank and you unhook it, right, and you've got this live crayfish in your hand, it's illegal for you to return that fish to the water or to put that fish in the water, because you are putting an invasive species into the river. You're not allowed to do that. It's illegal for you to take that crayfish away with you because you don't have a license to remove it from the water. So it's an accidental catch. And then in that catch 22, ironically, of you're not allowed to put it back, you're not allowed to take it away. The only thing you are allowed to do is to kill it. And it's not allowed to do, that's what you have to do. So you can't chuck it on the bank knowing that it's going to crawl back in the river. You have to, if you catch it, you've got to kill it. Yeah, no choice. Because you're trapped by 2 bits of legislation that say you can't put it in and you can't take it away. So there's not, I don't think, if you go through all of the legislation, I don't think it says you have to kill it, but you're in this, you can't do that and you can't do that. So what do you do? Actually, I don't think that's true. I'm going to correct myself. I think it says if you accidentally catch, you have to humanely kill it as humanely as possible. Right, this isn't really working, is it? There is a bunch more blows in the peg. I think I've got quite a lot of bream here today in front of me. Anyway, I'm not that fussed. I'm enjoying myself catching some fish. Not many, but a few. Having a chat. Having a little live stream. I got one more cast though, and then I'm going to chuck the method over the top, see if that improves the situation. I'm probably a little bit slow to do it. As it happens. It's getting a bit horrible and overcast behind me. I think it's now 60-70% chance of rain. It's going to pour down in a minute. As if by magic. If it's raining in the Midlands, that's brilliant, because that's going to feed the Thames upstream from where I am, upriver from where I am. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe there's quite a few F1s and they're a bit finicky about my rig. Big F1s, isn't it? Ouch. Now the only thing about fishing the method on top is I could pick out the smallest pellets, but it looks like I only grabbed a pot of 10mm wafters, so that's going to make this F1 situation even worse. What I might do is I might start picking out the smallest pellets, try that for a couple of casts, and let's see. Hello Paul. Oh, not sure what you typed, if you got timed out. If you've got one in for a bit, that's great, because I will happily... What I've said is that what we should do as a fishing club is we need to get a dozen people and just get a dozen traps, and every match we fish, just chuck them all in at the start of the match. You know, it's easy then. I pulled my net out the other week and it had 5 crayfish on it. See that little bite then? Maybe that's an F1 then, just picking that bait up, not swallowing that 8mm pellet properly, because they're quite large baits, and that's what these indications are then, just some big F1s. Interesting. See, if I was fishing it every week, I'd have known that. That's why I like them. It's a small one, small one. Do that with one hand on the rod. Small bait. Small bait. Right, let's try that then. So that's 4 smallish baits then. Or pellets. I'll bring it in, I'll switch it over. Yeah, I think maybe that's what those tiny little indications are on the bomb line. Of course, every time I'm looking to put a pellet on the band, I'm trying to pick the biggest 8mm one I can find. But maybe so where are we? I should do some little update, shouldn't I? We've just gone 2 hours and 20 minutes into the match. I've got £24 on the clicker. I got 1 bream, a couple of carp and a couple of big F1s. And really I think that target weight today is £120. So I'm off the pace. But it's not difficult to catch up. And you can catch £100 in an hour, so I'm not too worried about it. To be honest, I'm enjoying the day, getting a few pull rounds, having a chat, so I'm not worried about it. This is probably the first match I've fished on gold this season, I guess, and I'm not sure when I'll be back here again, because the venue's only doing matches on a Wednesday on this lake, and well, I've got a job, so this is a rare occasion. Another little indication then. It's coming up to 5 minutes. I'll give it another 30 seconds. So yeah, if you're just visiting the channel today, you're not subscribed, you've enjoyed it, might think you might want to come back for some more live fishing in the future, hit the subscribe button, turn the notifications on, and it's an easy way to find your way back. Also, if you're enjoying the content, you're enjoying the chat, Maybe it's a bit one-sided, but give it a like and drop me a comment if you haven't put a comment in the chat already. It's a free way to support the channel, and I really appreciate it. And it'll make the video pop up in front of more people today, and they can come and watch me fish for 2 hours and miss some bites. Yeah, the thing is, I've only got, I could double up. I could double up these 6 mils. I could stick 2 of these on a band. I could get 2 6 mils in a band, and that's sort of something. But what I'll do is I'll bring it in about 10 seconds. I guess to 6.5 minutes. And now I'll switch it to the smallest 8mm pellet I've got. All I can see. I don't really want to do it. I don't really want to come fishing for F1s, you know. I'm fishing for 8 pound plus carp, but I'll stick a small pellet on, see if it gets me 3 pound instead of nothing. Okay, 2 minutes, no bite. How big are those wafters? I think they're 10mm. I could cut one down. I could just fish one of these wafters. And just trim some off. It's a little indication then. Right, so I've trimmed off a little 10mm wafter. It's more of a round shape, so I'll sort of just cut the middle out of it, so I can get a bait band around it better. And when I bring this in, I'm going to have one chuck of the method feeder over the top with that bomb line, see what it does. Alright, put a spike on. Doesn't matter anyway. Right. Let's see. Got a bit more water those micros really. Oh, Graham. I could have said that was going to happen because I wasn't watching the rod. Not a big fish. Somebody's just grabbed that. I recast that after 2 minutes, just as I was tightening up on that, it just felt a little jerk back. Just need a bit of water on the micros. So that means it's probably nowhere near any micros. Let's recast that. Well, I think what it is more F1s, that's the problem, and the F1s are struggling to, well, not struggling, but the F1s are being more cautious about grabbing that 8mm pellet. It's not carp bites, it's F1 bites. It's a bit short. That's the topic. That's my interpretation of it. What I need to not do is I need to remember to not stop feeding the 8mm pellets. Don't stop feeding the 8mm pellets. What they're probably doing is they're picking up that 8mm, feeling some resistance, then I get the little indication, they drop it, and that's the end of it. As you can see, I'm just shaving down this 10mm wafter. So it's a bit more easy for them to eat. It's that or the method feeder, because it's got a short 4-inch hook length, you know, creates more of a bolt effect. You know, could be quite a few reasons. I need a little bit longer to try and draw conclusions. At the end of the day, I don't want to really, I don't mind catching these F1s, they're good stamp fish, do you know what I mean? But I want to catch carp. But I wanted F1s, I'd have gone to tunnel for the day. Hi Simon. Come on, £15 carp please. Stop messing me about. Just getting little jerks on the on the tip. I don't really know what's the right word. It's not a jerk on the tip. What's the right way to describe it? My finger. I have to wait now till it comes up on the video. Let's drop back a little bit. Right, come on. Feels like I've had my finger up here now for a minute. It's quite a delay on the stream. Right, there we go. Right, so what's happening is it just goes dink dink, dink dink, like that. What's the correct term for that? Or how would I best describe it to you, the viewer, so you knew what I meant? Without me using the phrase, you know, a little tug. I don't think it's right. Knocks, yeah, okay, knocks could be good, Julian. Could be roach, there's some big roach. Look at that big fish I spooked. No, look, it's little left. What's this? It's coming in a bit easy. Yo, it's a £2 roach. Cruising. Oh, could it be a tench? Oh, it's a bream. I thought for 1 second then it was a tench. Oh, it's a decent bream and all. Look at you, slab. Thank you very much. Maybe it's a load of bream. I said bream from the very first bite, right? Tap in, tap tap, yeah, okay. Go away, wasp, please. Wasp, go away. Is that a bite? Come on. Tear around. Everyone's laughing. No silvers pulled today. Not enough of us. Not enough. Might have got a bit excited there. Fish took that up in the water then. It's quite far, that one. It's pretty much at the back of my peg, I would say. Yeah, I was sure I put a box of 6mm wafters in my bag this morning. Last night, sorry. But I just, you know, I just keep shaving this one down. So it is a 6mm wafter. It's about right. What I want is that tail behind me, and I know I'm gonna. Lose my balance. Can't call me, Mark, while I'm fishing. How am I going to get that? No, there is a dead fish next to me on the right, and no, it's not stinking, thankfully. But I don't know why. It should be, right? It should be absolutely honking. But it's not. Oh, come on, that's a fish. Come on, you're just messing me about. So I just had my pal Mark, right, he tried to call me, and I suspect he's going to say, what have you been doing? Why haven't you been fishing that method feeder over that bomb line for the last 2 hours? We talked about it yesterday. And I'm going to go, well, you know, I didn't want to do it straight away. Yeah, plenty of time, Julian. Plenty of time. He says. It's just kind of a nice day out fishing, right? I just happen to be fishing a match. People might be like, you should take this a bit more seriously, Graham. I'm like, yeah, but you know, I'm having some fun. Keep reading chat, holding the rod, bites going off. Still going to keep feeding those 8mm pellets, that's the key. Yeah, exactly, Gavin, exactly. Other fish got that again already, look. Well, it's just like that around the micros, like Julian said. It's covered in 10mm wafter shavings. Oh, come on, give me a proper bite. Put some effort in, please. Some effort, come on. Grab that wafter. What I could do, I guess maybe I'm thinking maybe that's why Mark's calling me. Maybe he's calling me to say, put a piece of corn on. Maybe that's what I haven't done. Could have done that maybe. Or could do that. We'll stick with this wafter scenario. It's all right. No, I struggle to pleasure fish. I can pleasure fish with the kids. I can do that, and I can go and practice. But if you just, you know, come here today, fish the other bank, chuck the bomb out, catch some fish, then I lose interest really quickly. Kind of as soon as I catch a fish on the method that I've picked, then I'm like, you know, there you go, done it. But anyway, as I said, I'm enjoying the chat more. I haven't been able to stream for weeks and weeks now. I keep getting pegs on the river where it doesn't quite work, or a peg at tunnel where it doesn't work. I have done one of those cameras, Julian. I've done the one behind me. I've set that one up with the QR codes, like you said, and I've got the Restream account sorted out. But I can't test it where I live because I haven't really got a very good signal. So I've got to come out for a day and test it. But I do think on Restream you might have the option to set as a private stream to test it. I don't know, but I've downloaded the firmware and I've done the 3 QR codes. So we'll see how that works out. Right, I've missed it. William, £30 in this lake. That's not the average, but they're as big as £30 in here. And they get caught. That's why I'm casual about having £32 with 3 hours gone. Just going to leave this an extra minute, I think, so I want to bite off it really. My clickers. They're the white clickers for the 3 keep nets. So I can click the weight of the fish. There's a £60 net limit, although I don't really want to put more than £40 in a net. So I catch a fish, guess the weight, chuck it in nicely, gently, and then click the weight. I'm not packing it super tough on that method. Yeah, no worries, mate. It's going to rain again in a minute. What I'm trying not to do is I'm trying not to get caught out in the middle of putting my jacket on or taking it off and losing a rod live on stream, because that just wouldn't be cool, right? I'd probably laugh though. I'd probably laugh until I realise that's the TDR disappeared. Yes, William, that, yeah, 30 odd pound, but it's a commercial match fishery. Like, it's not a specie lake really, it's just they just happen to have grown big over time, you know. Had a bite then as I was just doing that. I see more and more. I don't really let's try and speak. I get more and more confused these days about carp anglers who want to go and catch carp, who I think fell in love with the idea of Red Mire Pool and Chris Yates and stuff like that, and catching 40-pound fish and 30-pound fish. I think that's what they fell in love with. But the reality is, a lot of places are just farming them, you know, like you'd find at Tesco. You know, people are going to venues now and the fish are, you know, manufactured to the size that they are. You know, they've not grown that size like red mire pool fish, or, you know, things that I think people fell in love with. You know, they're being farmed. And so I don't see what you're doing really, apart from not dissing carp anglers, right? Let's be clear. But I think people are just getting confused. I think they go and fish a venue, and it's like going to the it's like going to the cinema, right? Hello, I'd like to catch a 30 or 40 pound carp, please. Oh yeah, no worries, we've got 50 of them in the lake. Oh, all right, where did you you know, how old are they? Oh, they're about 6 weeks old, mate. They're just being fed loads of high protein food, and they're only about 3 years old. It's like, what? It's confusing me, it really is. I see like more and more of it, and I know, you know, in return people will be like, what are you doing, you complete idiot? You know, that's not fishing, you're fishing in a puddle, right? And I'd always say, you know, check out my streams on the river. But yeah, it's just, I really don't know what's going on with that sort of scene. I think people have been, like I say, they fell in love with one idea and they wanted to catch the biggest fish in the lake, and now they're fishing a bunch of venues where the biggest fish in the lake are manufactured and shipped in there, and they're not very old. Seems strange. Anyway, that's my 2 minutes on carp fishing. On some waters, there's people that go carp fishing on my stretch of river, and for that I think it's a completely different kettle of fish, and max respect for them. They're doing it. A little bit keen, Graham, a little bit keen. So there are blows all over my peg, right? I think it's an F1 Bream paradise that I've created. All that's going on there today. Still, what have we got? 2 hours to go, just coming up to 2 o'clock. Just a quick update, I've got £32 on the clicker. I think I'm now £30 behind where I need to be. But I'm enjoying myself and having a good chat. We chat, don't we? Yeah, there's on my stretch of the River Thames, I've seen pictures and spoken to anglers who have caught £30 and £40 carp. And that, you know, they're no, you know, appropriately cagey about the fact. But I've seen pictures in identifiable stretches of the river, like, you know, I'm now local and you look at the picture and you're like, I know exactly where that is. Right, let's have a quick rearrange of this side tray, otherwise. It's going to get a bit messy. Yeah, you know, when I was a kid, I used to catch big carp, or what I thought were big carp, at Willow Park. You know, and this is back when I was, you know, 13, 14, and you know, that was, you know, piece of luncheon meat on a size 8 hook. I look at a lot of carp anglers now, and I just think they're camping. You know, but each their own. Do you know what I mean? If it wasn't for carp anglers, then, you know, I think there'd be a lot less people fishing. But right, what's going on here? I got a load of blows in the peg. Just sort of tell you what I'm looking at. I got a load of blows in the peg, and I'm getting a bunch of little indications on this method line. Like that. Just a small, gentle pull. I think there's just fish coming in, and they're smashing the side of that feeder, or knocking the side of that feeder. They're eating the micros. That's what they're interested in. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I think that the whole all of my commentary, I think, is around, I feel that people are getting conned a little bit, you know, like the desire was to achieve X, you know, catch really big fish in lakes, and they've ended up catching really big fish in Tesco, because the big fish have been shipped in or bred specifically for the purpose of growing them really large, which doesn't quite line up, I don't think, with what that they originally wanted. Maybe not, might be completely wrong, but I've got quite a few friends that go just, you know, exclusively carp angling, and what they're saying to me now is they're trying to find venues where they know that that haven't been stocked with different strains of fish that aren't being, you know, bred. But like I say, each to their own. What do you need to catch carp? You need a bomb and a bait band and some 8mm pellets. That's what you need to catch carp. Right, I think, look at that out there. That's not my little piles of pellets. It's just loads of. What do I do here? What I might do is I might go back on the bomb, but switch to to a spike and then just fish that wafter on a spike. That's what I might do. What was that? Yeah, sweet corn on a spike. Well, yeah, sweet corn on a spike. I like the idea of wafter on a spike. 6mm hard band on the feet. What I don't want to do is I say I don't want to leave 2 mils over the place. I've got 2 mils over the place. I've got a load of fish feed in there. What I'm trying to work out is how to get a bite from the better fish. I guess that's what's in my mind. Right, and I think maybe if I... Is it the micros they want? Is it the... What's the neck? I was just trying to put the wafter on the spike. Where's that all gone? Yeah, what was I saying? Maybe just fish the wafter and the spike, but I don't know, maybe just be happy that they're all there and just keep fishing this, you know? Just trying to eliminate the knocks. Maybe I stop feeding the 8 mils. Just don't know, as I say, this is the result of not fishing the venue recently. Oh no, look at that, and I made it. Didn't lose the bait on the spike either. So yeah, the question is can I get a bite on that wafter quicker than I do fishing it on a method, whilst putting less bait in the peg and giving the fish more bait to just graze over. That's what I'm trying to do. Anyway, Yeah, these six mils are tiny. Look at them, they are nothing to them. Yeah, it's like that's a 6 mil and that's an 8 mil. Yeah, okay. Well, they're saying that those 8 mils are the old ringers 8 mils, so they are massive. So yeah. See, then maybe just be happy with the ding ding ding, the hitting the feeder. Baits come off, not come off, but baits come up, it's wafting around. They're going to keep bashing into the feeder, eat all the micros, and then one of them's going to grab that wafter and tear it off. Maybe it's fine. Yeah, I've come down from the 8 mil. I was fishing 8 mil pellets and getting a lot of small knocks, and then I've switched to 10 mil wafter, but I've shaved it off with my thumbnail to make it look more like a 6 mil, and I'm fishing that on the method feeder, and since then I've had a load more fish. I'm still getting some indications, but that's clearly quite a lot of F1s feeding, and there's an absolute mass of bubbles out on my peg. On the bomb line, is that going to get me a better result? Lots of small indications. Just not sure. But let's find out. Right. Let's find out. So, 10 mil wafter that I have. Your speed beat's in a right mess, isn't it? Is it gonna? Right, is that going to get me a bite? That's the question. The question, is it going to get me a bite? And if it is, what from? What do we think, chat? Am I going to get a bite on the wafter on its own? What's it going to be? Place your bets. It's going alright, Sean. Well, I say alright. Got £35 maybe, probably about £40 behind target. Having fun though, having a chat. I saw the text message. Yeah, I'm having trouble with it. I'm going to have to just respond, just chatting to one person. Right, let's see. Using 4 mils instead of 2 mils and 6 mil bands. Yeah, maybe. There's if it's loads of F1s, right, let's assume it's loads of F1s for a minute. What's my most effective way at catching F1s over there? And it might be one of those old shovel type feeders. I don't know if you can catch them well on those. So they're at your bait pretty quicker than you are at a hybrid feeder, I think. Or maybe what I'm doing is alright, and you know, that's the most efficient. Not sure. Not sure. But I'll see if I can get a bite on this wafter on its own. If not, back to an 8mm pellet. If not, back to the method. Something like that. Right. How are we doing? 2.5 minutes, no bite. No indication. Just watching that tip like a hawk, as he says. Just reading chat. Okay, little indication. No prize money. I suppose is it? No, it's there's cash. I don't know I don't know. There's only 9 of us fishing, and they'll pay top 2, I imagine. Maths. 100 and something quid. Right, little knock back. Yeah, 100 and something pound. 120 pounds maybe. That's off of 35 entry. 30, 60, 90, 120 minus pegging fees. Yeah, about 100, 120 pound maybe first place. No, Gavin, I'm not using it. I'm not using it. I've decided that it's staying in the cans. No corn allowed today. Right, well that's no good, is it? Well, it says no good, it's not. It's not been successful. Take that off then. I got 4 carp rods at home. Right. Going back to big 8mm pellets. No, Neil, it's bringing me luck. If you want to get it out of the peg, you're welcome. Bear in mind you're live on the telly. Yeah, go on then. Oh, hello. Oh, liner. It's alright. It was a liner. No, you got to let me cast. You got to let me cast. You got to let me cast. Right, there you go. Right. That was my lucky charm dead fish, that was. Is he catching to my right?
He's had a few, Mark.
Is he?
Pete reckons he's had 5 carp, 5 F1s and 2 skimmers.
Right.
Malcolm's had 5 carp, 5 F1s and a bream.
Right.
So, best get your finger out there.
Yeah. 3-4 carp behind.
Yeah. I shall leave you in peace. So.
Thanks, pal. God, now it stinks.
That's me, that's not the fish.
No, it's definitely the fish. I think Neil's just got that out of my peg, so I can't wait in. Yeah, he's moved it and it stinks. So pegs to my right, I think 3 to 4 carp, and then, you know, 5-ish F1s and a bream maybe. So I'm 3 carp behind. Let's see. Okay, back to a little indication. So that are, you know, the liners, I think. Are they liners? Don't know. Maybe. Now I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to chuck the method back out, but I'm going to cut down the amount of pellets I'm firing in. think that's what I'm going to do. Maybe just one pouch of pellets and then chuck the method over the top. We'll do it that way. Horse. I must admit, I've done it before. I've gone to venues or gone to a peg and there's been a dead fish in the peg, and I've decided it's a good idea to get the dead fish out the peg before I start fishing, and all you do is you just make the whole place stink. A dead fish stinks, your nets stink. Catching a few to my right. Right, so I think we'll give this until 5 minutes, which is another 40 seconds. And then back out on that method feed, I think. Just get this hook length put away and then get back on it. Yeah, well, it keeps trying to rain. It's been for the last couple of hours. So this is sort of accepting the F1 fate. Not sure I've got a lot of confidence in a carp dragging this round, but we'll see. Ah, see, there we go. Right, running rig rich. Right, I can tell by your picture because it's got a picture of a big carp. So I'm going to make an assumption that you are a carp angler, right? and I would like your opinion on the modern day practice of breeding big carp for anglers to catch. So I don't mean go to a place, try and catch big carp that have been there for 20 years. I'm talking about going to a lake that's been dug, that's been stuffed full of 30 and 40 pound carp, and going there and fishing and catching them. Would you get any enjoyment from that? That's the question. Yeah, I'll reframe it. Enjoyment of going and fishing a lake for carp that have been specifically bred to be 30 and 40 pound, so you can catch one. Right, there we go. I agree. Oh, what was wrong with that? What was wrong with that? What was wrong with that? Why is it banned? Hold on a minute. What's going on? What's going on? Spamming emotes. Oh, why is it banned? You mean the channel? I've got a restriction on the number of emotes you can do, just because if I don't put one in, then I leave myself open to someone pasting pages of emotes and then me completely losing track of chat. That's why. You could just type loads of stuff and I could lose track of chat as well, but people are more likely to just come and paste 400 pictures of a fish or something like that, you know. So yeah, I've got a restriction on it. That's right. It's just it just deletes it. That's all it does. They're on that feeder straight away. They absolutely love it. But I have not got a good way of catching them. I do wonder if a little ground bait feeder with just a couple of maggots would be a better idea. Anyway, £15 carp, please, got to catch it. No, it's all good, William. It's all good, mate. It's all good. Nightbot just deletes it. Didn't want to fish the pole today, Sean. Specifically came here because I didn't want to fish the pole today. I fish the pole every week on the river. Fish the pole at Tunnel Barn Farm. To be fair, what I wanted to do was just come and fish some rods, chuck some pellets in and have my rod pulled in, and we've achieved that. I just happened to be doing it in a match. They're smashing this feeder around all over the place, these F1s. They really are. Yeah, this is why I just wonder if one of those little shovel feeders would be better for here. With these F1s like this. And then pack the wafter, which should be a 6mm wafter or one of the wafter minis, close to the edge, so they're immediately sucking it in. Maybe that's a better way of catching them. Yeah, you see the only thing with that, Julian, I don't mean it to sound quite like that. I'm not sure catching the F1s is a better idea or not, you know. £3, £3, £3, £3, £3 versus £8, £8, £8, £10, £15, £10, £15, you know. But the F1s are feeding and the carp aren't, in my peg. So I think you could be more efficient at catching the F1s, and maybe that's a good tactic. You know, you need 30 F1s and you got £100. Give or take £1. They are big, you know. You know, the amount of bait that carp anglers, pleasure anglers chuck in here, these F1s have grown to be massive. maybe fishing from's the right thing. It's I don't know, you have to see. I don't know how many are in here. But if he's had 5 and, you know, I've had 5 and he's had 5, and then there's loads. Simple as that. So yeah, I think you kind of need a good approach to the match that says, start like I'm fishing for carp. Then if you get the F1 signs, the knock 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 knock, let's assume that's the F. Oh, I've that waffle back, thanks. Let's assume that's the F1 sign, right? Then you need another rod, maybe with a shovel on it. Chuck that out and catch a load of F1s. These are 3-4 pound a piece. I've clicked them at 3. Right, they could easily have been £4 a piece. I don't really know. They're unlike the F1s at Tunnel. These are more carp looking. They're not carp, in case someone says you're sure they're not carp. They're not carp, they're F1s, but they're more rounded, is what I'm trying to say, I think. Big F1s at Tunnel don't quite look like this all the time. Right, what are we doing? What's time? Coming up for an hour to go. Is there anything I can do to change my fate? Stay on this method line, put less bait on the feeder. Maybe that's an option. Keep this reduced amount of pellets, but then it might just, oh, I don't know. We don't know. Not too sure today, but you know, is that, should I have hit that bite then? I just went and grabbed my micros. So. I tried tricking it. So let's try that. Let's try less micros in the feeder. Oh. Significantly less. Let's try that. Is that getting a quick bite? Do I need to be more prepared to hit the bite instead of waiting for the rod to be more dragged in? Sorry, I was reading your comments, William, and then I can feel the rod getting dragged out my arm. No, my view on liquids is if I'm fishing in the winter And oh, it's come off. No, it hasn't. What happened there? Oh, it's just okay. Oh, now it's come off. What? I bumped into another fish, I think. Right. Give me a sec, and I'll answer that question. As I've been bringing that in, it's got, I think the line's got caught around another carp on the top. That's how I felt. I thought it'd come off, but then it hadn't come off, and I think that's weakened the hook hold. That's a bit of bad luck. So I've cut out the pellets completely now, just for those observing. Cut out the pellets completely, and I'm really scrimping on the bait on the feeder. Interesting, just as there's a few more fish moving around. Right, liquids, that's where we were. So my view on liquids is, if you're fishing a deep water venue and it's clear and it's the winter, then I think putting a liquid on your bait might give you the edge over somebody else. Where it's clear and they can see, you know, further and that type of stuff. At this time of year, fishing a shallow lake where it's coloured up, no. I don't believe in liquids at all. That's not to say no liquids. Deeper venue, further out maybe, you know, clearer, maybe. But winter, I've got some goos and some glazes and stuff, but they don't come out unless it's the winter months. You missed me hooking a fish and losing a fish. And it wasn't an F1 either. I'm probably going to weigh half everyone's weight today. So yeah, not for me, thanks. No, I don't think you need to. And the reason I don't is because I've got a pond, I've got fish, and I've had tanks with fish, and the second you drop a pellet in, the fish is on it straight away. They've never even seen pellets in their life, right? And they're on it straight away. And you'll sit there and I go, I don't think you can be on it any quicker than what you just were. So I don't think you need any more liquid. Like if I'm fishing on the river in the winter and I'm trying to catch a big chub and I'm, you know, fishing cheese paste and I'm trying to send a scent down the river for a fish to follow, you know, yeah, get me in there with the garlic additives and stuff, right? It's all getting poured in, right, with stinky smelly blue cheese and, you know, mature cheddars and, you know, stuff like that to create a scent. But no, I think pellets on their own are enough, especially when I'm fishing in a lake like this where they're used to feeding pellets all the time, you know. So no, yeah, I don't think necessary. It's just my view. I don't think it helps you get a bite. Well, yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Just responding to William's statement that they're all reared on pellets. I swear I just saw a fish come up for one of those pellets then, but maybe there's enough there that that's the case. To practice at and to get better at, to try and give you an advantage, you know. Yeah, it's I agree with what John just said. You can drive yourself crazy, I think, with additives. Each to their own, though. People get really confident in stuff, right? You know, God, I was gonna hit that then. I'm a really fan of these chocolate orange wafters, right? I just really like using them, and I like chocolate oranges, so I think fish should like chocolate orange wafters. But a lot of people, you know, will be like, no, use a pink one or a yellow one or a white one. And I'll be like, no, I'm going to use an orange one. I've never fished next to somebody who was doing something different and, you know, having such a big difference in outcome, you know. There's so many differences between you and the guy in the peg next but two, you know what I mean? So, and the difference between day one and day two, but I guess over time you could test, but I've got confidence in it, and you know, confidence means a lot. Although I must say, it's completely let me down today, and I've caught 40 odd pound. What a load of rubbish. I should have caught 140 pound. Right, so what's the time? Just gone 3 o'clock, hour to go. I've got 41 pounds on the clicker. So I am 40 pound down from where I think I needed to be. 50 pound down, 60 pound down. from where I needed to be, and the fishing is not getting better. My peg out there is absolutely smothered in blows. Right, there's definitely fish topping, I think. I'm going to check that waggler out again for a minute. And then maybe have a check under my feet. Foul hooked it, I think, or grabbed it just as I moved it. Didn't see a bite. Splashing around on the top. Could be a bite, could be kosher, could be coming in backwards. That's the mystery of fishing. It's not moving like it's foul hooked. No, it's not. It's hooked in the mouth. Wallowed on the top all the way back, this fish. Still wallowing on the top. It's like, can't be bothered, Graham. Can't be bothered. You've hooked me. Get it over and done with. In the mouth. Told you I saw him up in the water. Right. Question is, was it one? No, it's not one. It's definitely another one there. Go away, seagull. Come on, come on, come on. Lovely cast. Lovely cast. Lovely cast. Give it a twitch. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Flipping heck. Oh, darling. Oh. Why is that? I never have to reel on. Keep going, Graham. I watched the Fishing Gurus interview the other day with Steve Gardner and William Raisin, and on there Stevie says that he fishes, you know, Willingshurst and a couple of other places. I think this is the sum of what he says, and I think Matt asks him around something along the lines of, you know, you fish a few venues now and, you know, not a lot, and he's like, yeah, because if you're not on it, you're just going to do no good. You know, if you go here and there and everywhere, then you just won't compete with the locals, and you just won't in tune with that type of fishing. And I think I got a little bit of that today. The first time I've picked up a, I don't know when the people see from the videos of my lives the last time I picked up a Pellet Waggler, but it was a while ago. That was a beautiful bite, wasn't it? That was a beautiful bite. Put you in there. So yeah, it was saying that if you're out of touch and you're not thinking about the weights on the venue and what fish are being caught and stuff like that, you know, your chances of competing well in a match are pretty low. I'm coming here today blind, really. I know the weights have been over £100 on the Wednesdays, and there's been more than one person having a good weight each time. But in terms of this mix of F1s to carp, how big the F1s are, probably how significant they've been, I would have come definitely armed with 6mm wafters, a bigger 6mm pellet, or something just smaller than these 8s. Might have fished the bomb line slightly closer. Right now it's absolutely fizz central on my peg. I wonder if I'm just going to get some better fish fishing up in the water, fishing a pellet waggler. No, not that one. That one. Feel free to get dragged in, Rod. Started to retrieve it and then it went come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, oh. God, I forgot how much fun this was. Still don't like the plop of that waggler. It's still like blosh. Not sure that's a word, but you can understand, right? It's going in with a. It's not going in with a graceful little plop. I was speaking to someone who fishes a pellet waggler here a lot a few weeks ago, maybe more than that. Last time I was here on Syndicate Lake, and he's fishing with braid and I think a 3 gram waggler. So he was chucking like a 3 gram waggler, the same distance as I'm chucking a 9 gram waggler, and the difference is phenomenal. You know, his is a very gentle plop, whereas mine's a bit more of a splash, and I think the fish spook a little bit more nowadays on the splash. Yeah, a little bit more agitated by it than they used to be. Definitely fish started moving about up in the water again. Well, what have I got? 30, 40, 50, only 56 pounds. And only 40 minutes left. Oh, come on, it's... Are you sure? Are you sure, fish? Come up, and I don't know how it's not taken that pellet. It's catching on the pole to my right. I think it's absolutely stuffing me. What is going on there? Just got the feeling that the last 3 or 4 times there, the fish had hit the float, not the pellet. See, the thing about pellet waggler fish is you can often get larger fish on a pellet waggler than you can on a bomb. Margins will win, but often a pellet waggler can give really good results. So I don't know how many people are watching, but if you're watching, then I hope you're enjoying it. If you're not subscribed and you're first time here, then maybe you want to consider hitting that subscribe button for some more live action in the future. And if you're subscribed and either or, then if you're enjoying it, please hit the like button and get the video and the content in front of more people. I think you've got myself and Julian, who's in the channel. I think, is the only two people who live stream matches in the UK, prepared to show you all the goods and all the bads as it happens. And that's not a cue for me to lose this fish. Get it. It was like the third attempt that fish had at taking that bait then, if it was the same fish. It's still really loud, that plop. I can't get over it. I know I keep talking about it. I don't want to change it because it's sort of kind of working, you know. Sure. That fish go around there. Try and get it up in the water. Come on, come on. That's what I like about this place. So the gentleman to my right is catching carp on the short pole on the line that I've sort of fed, and I'm catching them out on a pellet waggler. you see me go like that? Knees bent as I was about to strike into a fish, and the float popped back up. Oh, what's going on? Come back stream. Oof. A little bit of a lag going on there, have we? Come on, it's beautiful, it's perfect. Of course it is. Good job. You know, when you just get those casts and you think, if there's fish there, it's got to grab that. How have I got, chat? 25 minutes. Right, and pause for 2. Silky smooth, do you like that? Skills. 1, 2, 3, bang. Okay, well, a little twitch, did you? Let's clear that off. Maybe just do it while I'm not playing a fish, but Next one wants to go your way a little bit. Mr. 15. Oh, you got one under your feet. Good. You're catching well on that pole line next to me. How's everyone doing? Are we alright? I've spoken for ages. I'm intentionally not chucking a lot of bait in, by the way. I've got fish there, you know, and they're happy to take the pellet off the top, or when it sinks down a little bit. There's fish in the area, so you know, I'm just trying to put the pellet in more to get the fish to go, right, be here right now, because now I'm going to cast. So I'm only putting in like 4 or 5 pellets, and then trying to do a really good job like that of landing it right by them. Bingo. I don't want it to go left. Whoa, 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 whoa. Easy, easy. I used to do this every week, you know. Back in the day. Good cast as well. I think a fish came to take a pellet just as mine landed. I keep moving this thing. I know it's wasting me time, but it really annoys me. Just be careful I don't push those fish out too far. Standing up so I can cast further. I'm trying to cast further to try and make the float plop a slightly nicer plop, and to give me 2 bites opportunities. There and there. Bit of a splosh, but it's in the right place. Geese move. Right, it's just taken one of the pellets. Oh! Oh! Come on. Nice little plop. Don't hook the coot. Pellet Waggler fishing with Graham at Gold Valley Lakes. I tell you, when it's nice, it's nice. I haven't had it this nice for a long time, actually. I'm saying that I've not fished Canal Bank of Gold for a long time. Stop eating the float. We've got 12 minutes left. I don't know what I put in that net now. 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe something like that. It's just in the middle of those 3 pellets. Oh, what a beautiful little plop. No, don't want that. Turn your nose up at my pellet. Thing around today was trying to spot the opportunity. I'll have a little go. I've got to get this out and I've got to get one more. So I'm going to be a little bit tough with this one. It's another one of them 3 pound F1s, which is fine. Oh no, it's not. Okay. Oh well. Get you quick anyway. Right, so if this is going to go 7. Alright, fish, forget it, you're in the net. Bit short. You know, and every bite could be a 10, 15 pound fish, you know, a 10 pound fish. Or a marlin. Right, now's the debate. I've got enough time to get you and another one if I bully it hard. Just like that. Come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Foul up towards scrap. Don't know. Doesn't matter. Foul ups. You always lose the bait when you foul up them. Ouch, it's in my finger. I've got about 3 minutes. No duck, no duck, no duck, no duck, no duck, no duck, no. Alright, this cast. That's my lot. Well, that got a bit exciting in the end, didn't it? Well, there we go. I think I saw someone in the chat say from here 0 to hero. I don't know. Right, should we just go with the match? Then what's going on here? Alarms going on. Right, good. So, what happened? I came to Gold Valley today wanting to catch some fish on the rod and pellet, and that's exactly what I've done. I've I started by fishing on the bomb line. I'm confident in that. My rhythm for the bomb line was 6 pellets twice and then 4 pellets at 2.5 minutes, recasting every 5. I sort of bumbled along for the first sort of 20 minutes doing that. I'd had a couple of indications, but there was some fish moving around on the top, so I went out on the Waggler. I had a Bream, I think first chuck or second chuck, about 3 or 4 pounds, and then nothing. Fished the Waggler maybe for another 20 minutes, nothing. Came back on the bomb, and then, you know, enjoyed myself. I've had a fantastic time chatting to everyone in the stream, and just bumbling along really. There was a lot of fizzing going on in the peg. I was getting small indications, knocks on the tip, so I decided to put a method feeder on the top. By that point I'd had, I think, 1 carp, 1 F1 and 1 bream. Then I caught about 4 F1s. I tried a few things to try and get myself a better bite. I fished a wafter on its own, went back to 8mm pellet, and then I think coming up to the last hour, I think I had something like 32 pound maybe, and then I saw some fish on the top, and then I went and started to catch on the Pellet Waggler. I'm finishing, I've got 30, 70, 90, just over 100 pounds. I can't do maths because my heart's pumping. Just over 100 pounds on the clicker. I don't know what I clicked on that last one. I put some fish in there and I just went on the clicker, so I don't know. I've got about 100 pounds maybe, but you know, as I've shown you there, you've got to look for these signs. I was saying before, I'm looking for the signs of what to do, trying to work it out. What am I fishing for? Is it F1s or carp? And as I say, I saw some fish moving around on the top, decided it was the time to go back and fish for them, and I think I've had a pretty good last hour. I hope everyone's enjoyed it. I saw the stream started at a couple of points. I never got to fish my short line, I don't know, but the gentleman to my right, he has fished the 2+2 line on the pole. Just so you know, he's caught a load of fish on that line. So you can definitely do that, where I was chucking some bait in front. But yeah, what a great time. I hope you've enjoyed it. 40, 99, 104 I've clicked, so we'll see. Yeah, I enjoyed that. Busy last hour, but like I've always said, you know, you can have £100 in the last hour. If some of those little £3 F1s had been, you know, £5 or £10 in, then, you know, I would. I'm going to get packed up. I don't show the weigh-ins. People don't come to be videoed by me, but I will get the weights at the end of the day, and I will post. People that are weighing in, right, they've got the scales and they've got the nets, and they're going to wander over here, and they may say anything unbeknown that I'm videoing them and broadcasting them, and then I can't edit it out. So I don't think that's fair on people. So come back in about an hour. We'll be weighed in, and just look on the channel, on the post section, I'll have posted the weigh sheet, okay? And give it an hour and a half, something like that. All right, so thanks for watching, and I hope to see you on the next one. If you've not subscribed, you got this far, hit the subscribe button. I really appreciate it. And yeah, you can see more fantastic live fishing. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll catch